возвращаются к старой тактике, применявшейся и в Чечне, и в Сирии, когда сначала почву для наземного наступления более активно подготавливает артиллерия и авиация. То есть прямо сейчас в эти минуты те, кто наблюдает за соцсетями, может видеть, как обстреливают Харьков из ракетных систем залпового огня. И по самим поставкам ракет, по разрывам мы видим, что это не только грады, это еще и ракетные системы залпового огня «Смерч», «Ураган», то есть большего калибра и более смертоносные, в том числе с кассетной начинкой, с кассетными боеприпасами. И плюс, да, сбрасывают авиабомбы, в том числе с силами авиации.
Русский мир, говоришь? Это уже почти рядом со мной.
One more second until I handle this one quick.
10 минут назад.
That's we did it. Hang on. Again, you can reach me on Twitter @Logan.
Мы не можем не показывать эти кадры, потому что именно они лучше всего описывают, что сейчас происходит в Харькове. Напомню, что российские военные утверждают, что мирных граждан и мирные цели они не атакуют. Но аналитики Conflict Intelligence Team сообщают, что российская авиация бомбит Харьков.
Apple has stopped selling all of its products in Russia due to the invasion of Ukraine. The company. Oh, let's read their statement. No. Yes. Maybe their Twitter page. Where's the statement? Apple on Twitter, 7.5 million followers, no tweets. Where's Apple corporate? Apple company site. I don't know. I honestly don't know where they're like. I put in Apple and I just get like the store. I don't get like the company site. So I'm trying to get their statement. Apple press room, someone says. Let's try that one. Newsroom. Apple newsroom. I don't see it there. It's not there. It's not there. Anyways. Let me go back. I'll get it. We'll just read the statement. I tried. In a statement, the company said it is deeply concerned about the Russian invasion and that in response it has paused all product sales in the country. Apple also said it has moved to limit access to digital services such as Apple Pay inside Russia and restricted the availability of Russian state media applications outside the country. A bunch of outlets have started to stop distributing Russian state media, like RT and Sputnik. DirecTV, one of the last major TV carriers of RT, said today they're no longer carrying it. Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter have all cracking down on content shared by Russian media and intensifying blah, blah, blah. Netflix says it's refusing to aid Russian state TV channels in the country. I'll show you some more stuff about this. There's a really interesting story about shipping companies not shipping to Russia. Let me show you that. I think the 3 biggest shipping companies in the world said they're not going to ship to Russia. Now this is just about Maersk, Wall Street Journal. Danish container shipping company Maersk said it would temporarily stop shipping to and from Russia. It will honor bookings placed prior to today's announcement, and it will not apply. The ban will not apply to foodstuffs or medical or humanitarian supplies. They said they would temporarily stop shipping to and from Russia in light of the sanctions imposed on the country. But it's not just Maersk, it's a bunch of companies. Right here. World's largest container line suspends shipping to Russia. Reuters. The world's 3 biggest container lines today temporarily suspended cargo shipments to and from Russia in response to Western sanctions. Swiss headquartered MSC, the world's biggest container shipping company by capacity, said it had introduced a temporary stoppage on all cargo bookings to from Russia. Maersk as well. France's GMA CGM, the world's 3rd biggest container line, said it had suspended all bookings to and from Russia, citing safety concerns. The moves follow similar decisions already taken by Singapore-headquartered Ocean Network Express and Germany's Hapag-Lloyd, effectively cutting Russia off from the world's leading container shipping companies, adding to freight challenges ahead. Now, when they say, when some of these shipping companies say we're canceling it because of sanctions, I don't know if that means we're not shipping there because the sanctions explicitly say we can't, or because I don't know that they're announcing this as a political. I'd have to look at the statements and see what the statements say. Here it is. Look, here it is. For example, Maersk. We are deeply concerned by the crisis in Ukraine. We closely follow governments posing new sanctions on Russia, impacting operations from direct and indirect restrictions. New Maersk bookings to from Russia will be temporarily suspended. Blah blah blah. This okay. During this crisis, the safety and well-being of our employees is of paramount importance, so we continue to put our plans in place. It's not specific. They kind of say it kind of seems like they're saying something about how they don't like what Russia's doing, but they don't specifically say that's why why they're stopping the shipping. And then they mention the sanctions, but I don't know that the sanctions themselves say they can't ship there. So I can't. It almost seems like a statement designed to kind of give you several different reasons, but not be super specific on the reasoning for the stopping the shipping. Anyways, Maersk. Somebody said it's pronounced Maersk. I'll look it up. I'll look it up and see. Pronounced. M-A-R Maersk. According to Wikipedia, a Maersk is an accepted pronunciation. It says it right there on Wikipedia. A quick thank you to Georgie. Georgie says he had heard that there's a double assault on Mariupol. We've been hearing for several days that Russian troops are approaching Mariupol. I'll try to get you an update on that. Thank you very much, Georgiev. Now, Georgie is in Bulgaria. Thank you very much, Georgie. Here, let me show you something about Mariupol. Thanks for reminding me to talk about East Ukraine city Mariupol loses power after Russian assaults. By the way, thanks Turbo Plays David States.
And it's unfortunate to see such a level of human hazard and
Also, Deborah Van Meter.
but the reality
Duster Singer is over on Facebook. Thank you, Duster. Okay, Moscow Times. The key southeastern Ukrainian city of Mariupol on the Azov Sea has been left without electricity in winter, following attacks from advancing Russian forces, said the head of the region. Mariupol and Volnovaka are ours, he wrote on Facebook. The two cities are under pressure from the enemy, but they are holding on. In Mariupol, electricity lines have been cut and the city is without power. What's the weather there? What is the weather there? It's 40 degrees there right now. It's on the southeast coast. Let me just finish the article. Go back and show you what it is. Both cities lie between territory held by Russian-backed separatists in the Crimean Peninsula, annexed by Moscow in 2014, and Russian forces have been working to join the two regions. Mariupol, an important port city of between 400 and 500,000 people, has been under attack since Moscow launched its invasion of Ukraine last week. Volnovaka has a population of around 20,000. So let me show you where that is. We're talking about down here on the Sea of Azov. Mariupol. So they don't have power, apparently. Again, it's hard, you know, I can't tell you exactly what's going on there, right? It sounds like they don't have power, a lot of the city doesn't have power, which is terrible. Where exactly the troops are, how many of them there are, what's going on right now, you know, you really don't get that from reading like an article like that. So, but that's certainly a place to watch. But it's 500,000 people live there. So there's been troops. Let me show you a quick map here. So you can see here intense fighting for a critical port city that lacks heat and electricity. They have troops approaching, well, from the east here, Russian troops approaching, and also from the west, although I don't know how close the Western forces are here. But you can see troops approaching from both sides. That is the New York Times map. I want to, I'm going to also check and see if the Institute for the Study of War has posted an update yet. Georgie says has a friend on site there trying to send you info. Twitter's the best place. Twitter's the best place. I'm getting a lot of messages though. Try DMing me on Twitter, but I'm getting a lot of messages too. So I'm sorry if I don't see it right away. I get this question, Rod. Thank you, Animal. Animal says, why no attempt to stop the convoy? So guys, with the convoy thing, just think about it. All right. I know some people are saying, why no attempt to stop the convoy? I'm sure they have their reasons. My response to you is I'm sure they have their reasons. Maybe it's defended well. Maybe there's air defense set up. Maybe they don't have the kind of weaponry. Maybe the drones and airplanes, the small air force they have and the drones are defended against by measures that Russia is taking with the convoy. Maybe not. I don't know. That would be one possibility. Another possibility is that they could attack it, but they don't want to for some reason. We could think of various reasons why that might be. So, as I said last night, I don't think if you walked into the military general staff headquarters of Ukraine and you said, hey guys, why haven't you attacked the convoy yet? I don't think they'd be like, oh my gosh, we never thought of that. Let's go right now. You know what I'm saying? It's like, so they clearly have a reason. We don't know, but I can think of a number of them. Maybe they feel like they can at a later point, and they don't mind having them sitting out there burning fuel and being hungry. I don't know, but I'm assuming they do have a reason. But again, they don't have a big air force. They don't have a very powerful air force, and I don't know if there's been air defenses set up. They have a limited number of drones. I'm not sure they can get drones close. Maybe they're planning attacks by people, but maybe it's dangerous for people, and maybe they want to pick particular places. So. So I understand the question, but you have to assume that they have their reasons.
Much like civilian populations in the city, they are sleeping underground tonight. Some of them are actually wet if they have to do so.
Okay, hang on. Oh, I hadn't seen this before. Look at this. This is very interesting. Kim Zetter. 6 of Ukraine's 15 working nuclear reactors have been disconnected from the electric grid, likely due to concerns related to war. The cutbacks, if they continue, could send Ukraine into rolling blackouts that could further cripple the country, experts say. Something to keep an eye on is we're starting to hear more reports of like food shortages in places in Ukraine. There's Russian troops in various parts of the country. The airspace is closed. You can't fly stuff in. Russia has control of the seas. So my assumption is that you can't bring anything underwater. So you could
People know that sometimes they try to circle the city and they trap the main return for civilians this year.
Защищай свое государство. Защищай свое государство. Трогай, Путин, Тимошенко, трогай. Тимошенко, Бог, все видит. Все видит. Они получат, блядь. Свои получат, блядь. Свою. Один бросай. Каждый не бросай. Каждому свою.
Hang on one second here. What can I don't know if that's true. I would not be surprised if people are trying, people tied to Russia. They claimed that Ukrainian authorities had been tipped off about the plot by members of Russia's Federal Security Service who do not support the war, he claimed. In a message, Danilov claimed a group of elite Chechen special forces known as Kadyrovites had been behind the plot and had subsequently been eliminated. I can't confirm this myself. I don't know. I do not know. Thanks, by the way, Marky the Sparky, and very much from New Zealand, and Julius, our new member, in One Chill Hill. Yeah, One Chill Hill, the desertion reports, I see odd reports here and there. I don't know if Russian soldiers are deserting. If they are, I don't know how prevalent it is. I just don't know. Thanks, Drew Saunders. Drew Saunders mentioned Asia. I mean, real quick, I saw this a couple days ago. Japan joined sanctions on Russia. Central Bank says Japan is with Ukraine. I know South Korea joined sanctions too. The Prime Minister of Japan says, I told President Zelensky Japan is with Ukraine and offered him firm support for Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Thank you, Drew Saunders. All right, guys, I got to get to the Institute for the Study of War thing. I got to get to the Institute for the Study of War. I've been trying to get to it for like an hour. Let me get to that. I'm just checking for updates too. But I want to get to Institute for the Study of War. The account Euromaidan PR is claiming that in the Sumy region in northeastern Ukraine, in Trostyanets, Russian occupiers have entered the city with heavy weaponry. They tried to hide inside the city among civilian infrastructure from Russian drones, from Ukrainian drones. Officials ask more heavy arms as local defenders resist with small arms only. So maybe crashes taking place in Trostyanets in Sumy region, possibly. I can't confirm that report from Euromaidan PR. I just saw that. All right, here's the Institute of Study of War. I'm going to show you this report. They say Russian forces are completing the reinforcement and resupply of their troops north and west of Kyiv and launching an envelopment of the Ukrainian capital, likely aimed at encircling and ultimately capturing it. So let's see what their update says. I like reading their updates. I think they are smart. Hey, Sean TV, thanks so much, Sean TV. That's very kind of you. I really appreciate all your support, Sean TV. Thank you. Thank you, Sean. The latest Institute for the Study of War report says Russian forces are completing the reinforcement and resupply of their troops north and west of Kyiv and launching an envelopment of the capital, likely aimed at encircling and ultimately capturing it. This effort will likely accelerate in the next 24, 48 hours. Now, just to be clear, 2 days ago they said it was going to be the next day. 2 days ago they said 24 hours, and then yesterday they said 24 hours. So I think they're really smart over there, but just to be clear, 2 days ago they said it was going to be the next day, and then yesterday they said it was going to be the next day. So I do think one thing they might not be counting on, that they maybe they should be counting on or factoring in, is the possibility that that there's some reason that they're not that it's not. Maybe there's some bigger problem, like a logistical problem that's keeping them from moving the convoy. I don't know, but anyways. Russian operations against Kyiv are Moscow's main efforts. Russian troops are also undertaking 3 supporting efforts: one to seize Kharkiv, one to take Mariupol, and to secure the land bridge connecting Rostov-on-Don and Russia to Crimea, and one to secure Kherson and set conditions for a drive west towards Mykolaiv and Odessa. So they say in addition to Kyiv, Russia's focusing on taking Kharkiv, Mariupol, and Kherson. The 3 supporting operations are active, with the operation against Mariupol making the most progress in the last 24 hours. The Russian attack on Kyiv will consist of, they believe, a main effort aimed at enveloping and ultimately encircling the city from the west and cutting off supplies, and a supporting effort along the axes from Chernihiv in the north and Sumy to the northeast to circle Kyiv from the east. The long Russian column of combat and logistics vehicles north of Kyiv is likely setting conditions for the envelopment to the west, although it could also support attacks directly into the city from the positions Russian forces maintain in Kyiv's northwestern outskirts. Russian forces are more likely to pursue the envelopment encirclement than a direct assault on the city. That's what they think. By the way, if this happens, this is something that Western intelligence has been saying for like a month, that they thought this was going to happen. I hope it doesn't happen. I hope the soldiers just leave. This is just awful for the people of Ukraine. Please keep the people of Ukraine in your thoughts. It's just every day now we have new attacks and people dying, and hundreds of thousands of refugees, people getting injured, people can't live in their homes anymore, places without electricity, people basically terrorized. It's just awful, and it's only getting worse. So please keep them in your thoughts. It's horrible, and it's only getting maybe a lot worse. A lot worse. They also say the Russian military has continued to using area attack weapons in the city of Kharkiv. Just shooting stuff at civilian areas, dramatically increasing the damage to civilian infrastructure and civilian casualties. Russian forces have not reportedly attempted large-scale ground operations against Kharkiv in the last 24 hours, but are likely instead using air, missile, and artillery bombardment to set conditions for a renewed ground attack sometime in the next 48 hours. Will they make a big ground attack? I don't know. Russian ground forces appear likely to conduct another frontal assault on Kharkiv from the northeast rather than attempt to envelop or encircle the city. Just to be clear, the first Russian, quote, assault on Kharkiv was very, very, very small. It looked to be like several dozen soldiers and like a dozen or 2 dozen vehicles. It was small. It seemed to make no sense. I think it was Thomas Thiener. I got to read you that article too. I think it was Thomas Thiener. He's an analyst. He thought that in Kharkiv, that the reason they had this small attack a couple days ago, which seemed just crazy, is that they thought that like once they went in there, the people would just welcome them, because otherwise it made no sense. Kharkiv is 1.5 million people. So, just to be clear, there's been no major assault on Kharkiv at all. Ground assault that I'm aware of. Russian forces in the south appear to be holding their positions south of Zaporizhia, fighting to reduce Ukrainian positions in Kherson and seize that city, and encircling Mariupol to set conditions to seize it. Russian operations in the south do not appear to pose an imminent danger to Odessa, a southwestern port city, within the next 24 hours. A Russian drive north through or near Zaporizhia to cut off Ukrainian forces fighting along the line of contact in eastern Ukraine also appears very unlikely in the next 24 to 72 hours. Russian troops claim to have encircled the city of Mariupol and have reportedly entered the city of Kherson to the south. Russian forces are receiving needed supplies and reinforcements that may facilitate much more rapid and effective operations in the coming 24 to 72 hours. The Russian effort around, maybe, unless there's issues with supply, I don't know. Russian effort around Kyiv remains poorly organized, however, with elements of many different battalions combined into what seem to be ad hoc groupings rather than operating under standard regiment or brigade headquarters. The initial errors in Russian force composition and organization in Belarus and Western Russia that the Institute for Study of War has reported on, which contributed to Russian logistical and operational failures around Kyiv, will be difficult to remedy quickly and will likely to continue to cause friction and reduce the effectiveness of Russian operations even as supply issues are addressed and reinforcements come into the fight. It remains too early to evaluate the likely effective combat power that the added Russian troops will bring. Key takeaways from Institute for the Study of War. Yeah, we will be playing this. Guys, the State of the Union is not for another hour and 18 minutes. The State of the Union is at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. It is only 7:42 p.m. Eastern Time. We will be showing you the State of the Union. Okay. Key takeaways, Institute for the Study of War. Russian forces are setting conditions to envelop Kyiv from the west and attempting to open up a new axis of attack from the east that would let them encircle the capital. It is unclear if Russia has sufficient combat power to complete such an encirclement and hold it against Ukrainian counterattacks. This is interesting, from Institute for the Study of War. It is unclear if Russia has sufficient combat power to complete an encirclement of Kyiv and hold it against Ukrainian counterattacks. Russian forces will likely launch a renewed ground offensive to seize Kharkiv, following the artillery missile attack it's been conducting in the past 24 hours. I'm interested in seeing that. I know Russia has been launching artillery and hitting civilian areas. I don't know that Russia has severely degraded the Kharkiv defenses. We'll have to see. Russian proxy forces will likely solidify the land bridge linking. They're talking about this. Rostov, Russia is here. They're talking about Russia solidifying this whole land bridge which connects Rostov and Russia to Crimea, occupied Crimea down here. They say Russian proxy forces will likely solidify the land bridge linking Rostov-on-Don, Crimea, allowing Russian forces to move more rapidly from Rostov to reinforce efforts further west. Russia's successful seizing of Kherson, which is down here. There's Kherson. Russia's successful seizure of Kherson city may allow Russian forces to resume their uninterrupted drive towards Mykolaiv and Odessa over here on the southern coast. Belarusian forces have likely entered the war on Russia's side despite denials by the Belarusian president. How about that? Okay. Look at this. Reports that the convoy's length grew from 17 to 40 miles are likely inaccurate. A spokesperson from Maxar Technologies has clarified that Maxar obtained new imagery that's showing more of the convoy, not the convoy getting longer. What? Maxar said. I saw the statement they gave to B&O yesterday, saying it was 40 miles long. I'm confused about that. I don't know what's going on with that. Because I did see Maxar's statement that was posted by B&O yesterday. And they were pretty clear about saying it's 40 miles long. That's weird. I'm not going to read this whole thing. Oh, look at this. Additional combat elements are in defensive positions oriented toward the Antonov airport, according to imagery provided by Maxar Technologies, likely screening the convoy against possible Ukrainian attacks from near the airfield, control of which is contested. We are unable to assess the overall combat power in this convoy at publication time. Oh, I see. One of our viewers clarified this. Yeah, John Smith, I think, said this. Right. Or Sam Mora. Some of our viewers are saying what they're saying is they think the convoy was always 40 miles long, and that they just, not that it grew. When they, see, this is ambiguous. That sentence is ambiguous. They could either mean, well, it actually hasn't grown, or it hasn't grown bigger. What they could either mean it hasn't grown beyond 17, or they could mean it started at 40, so it didn't grow to 40. So I was originally reading that as, oh, it started at 17 and it hasn't grown. But what I think they do mean, which is what our viewers say, is they're saying it was always 40 and it hasn't grown to 40. Okay, that makes more sense. It's just that the sentence is ambiguous as written in terms of what the meaning is supposed to be. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Kyiv. Russian forces remain unable to seize Kharkiv and have apparently concentrated on air, missile, and artillery bombardment, likely intended in part to enable a subsequent renewed ground offensive. Mariupol. Russian forces claim to have completed the encirclement of Mariupol by land and sea. We assess with low confidence that Russian forces have completed the encirclement of Mariupol and will seek to compel the defenders to surrender or attack to seize it within the coming 24 hours. Kherson. Russian forces have likely secured control of Kherson City and are consolidating there before continuing their advance to the west. Immediate items to watch. Russian forces maneuvering to the west and southwest of Kyiv to envelop and encircle it. Russian forces securing the crossings over the Desna near Chernihiv and or linking up with forces advancing from the Sumy axis to open a new front against Kyiv from the east. Belarusian ground forces beginning active participation in the Russian defensive campaign. Russian ground forces launching an offensive against Kharkiv following the air missile artillery attacks. Russian forces around Kherson resuming their advance towards Mykolaiv and Odessa. Russian and proxy forces commencing an offensive to take Mariupol. So if you want to get this, it's a very good, you can get it every day. It's on their website, Institute for the Study of War. But you can actually sign up for emails. So I get an email every time they come out with one of these. Also, you can follow their Twitter too. But they're really good daily updates. So, but as I said yesterday, I think one possibility that's not being that I'm not seeing that much, I think should be made more of, is the possibility that that there's something fundamentally wrong with the Russian military. Because the general tone of the analysis has been okay, they've made a bunch of mistakes, things haven't been going well so far, but basically they're taking a few days, they're gonna fix everything up. And then they're gonna start doing, because they haven't used a lot of their forces, a lot of their air force, a lot of their helicopters. Their ground operations have tended to be very small. Their ground attacks tend to be very small. And I keep hearing they're gonna launch bigger attacks. And I just wonder, is there something keeping them from some underlying, is it not just a choice for them that they're not doing bigger attacks and they're not utilizing their air force and their helicopters, and also that the convoy is kind of stalled out for a couple days? Is it not choice, or could there be something bigger that's wrong? So I don't know. I'd be interested in hearing some discussion of that. And as I pointed out, I think these guys are great, but 2 days ago they said, well, we expect the new offensive, I think, on Kyiv, I think they said to start in like 24 hours. Then the next day they said, well, we expect the new offensive on Kyiv to start in 24 hours. And now they're saying, we expect the new offensive on Kyiv to start in will accelerate in 24 to 48 hours. So it keeps getting pushed back. I mean, it's great. I'm happy it doesn't happen, but I just wonder if maybe there's more fundamental problems going on. Like maybe the supply problems aren't getting fixed. Maybe morale problems. I don't know. Is equipment breaking down? I have no idea. Debunk says, I think military is refusing orders. There's an unconfirmed story floating around that Russia ordered some kind of amphibious assault, and like some of the soldiers didn't want to do it, so it didn't happen. I mean, I don't know. It could be true. No idea. Totally unconfirmed. Someone said it could be generals holding back. Intel Crab just posted this. Look at this. Intel Crab posted this. Somebody named Mike, who Intel Crab follows. Just talked to a friend with contacts in Ukraine who are experienced observers of war. The situation, particularly in Kyiv, is worse than it seems on social media. The Russian vice is closing. The West is congratulating itself for standing up to Putin, but he's winning. Well, I mean, there's so I certainly it's horrible for people there. I agree with that, but as to Putin winning, I don't see the long game victory. Oh, I saw a thread about this though. I wanted to show you. I saw a thread I wanted to show you. Finneval says, my guess is that Russian generals are holding this. They don't want to do what Putin says. It's an interesting question whether there's some resistance in the military and there's slow walking things. I mean, certainly there's been a lot of fighting, but what can I tell you? I don't know. I'm sure if we knew everything that was going on, there would be a lot that's surprising. Something about Exxon, Wall Street Journal. Exxon to shut down oil production in Russia. Texas energy giant follows similar moves by BP and Shell. Political pressure on big energy companies to cease or pull out of Russian operations mounted quickly after President Putin's invasion of Ukraine last week. What is less clear about is how the companies will go about unloading the holdings in partnerships during wartime, with buyers of Russian assets scarce and many wealthy Russian individuals and entities themselves cut off by sanctions and banking controls. I need to show you this other thread that I saw. But before I do that, let me just check for updates here. Too many things open. Look at this. Look at this. This is from Union. Oh, I have Union has two updates here. Union is a Ukraine news site. They say Russian troops landed in Kharkiv. The invaders attacked the hospital, military, medical, clinical center of the northern region. A battle began between the invaders and the Ukrainian defenders. No idea if that's true. I'll see if I can find out anything else about it. Also, there's this report that says evacuation trains from Kyiv to from the capital to the western part of the country have been running for the second day, but with long intervals, and there are not enough seats for everyone. Because at the stations there's a crush, a mess, and assault on the cars. Look at this scene from one of the, I guess from Kyiv. Just awful. There's a couple reports about Russian troops that a battle going on in Kharkiv right now. I can't confirm that. Checking some updates here. Oh, MP Goncharenko reports. Nexta says the same thing. I bet Nexta's going to post this. Nexta on Telegram has the same report, saying a member of parliament is claiming that Russian troops have landed in Kharkiv. A battle has begun between the invaders and the Ukrainian defenders. MP Goncharenko reports. Alexei Goncharenko. He's a Ukrainian member of parliament. Union are both reporting on their telegrams Ukrainian parliament member Goncharenko Maybe I can just find that where he's saying this, Goncharenko. Maybe I can find his social media. This is taking too long. It's taking too long. Alexei Goncharenko on Facebook. I got his Facebook page. It's not there. Nexta and Union are both reporting on their Telegram channels that Ukrainian parliament member Goncharenko I'll get it posted. I think it's important to post it. Almost done. Goncharenko. Okay, I posted it. Whatever. This Biden speech is at 9 o'clock. It's in like an hour. Hey, thanks to Richard Marshall for your support. Think before you type. Mary Hodge and Brainy Janey, Tyler Lawrence and Schaff. Thomas. Dimi Dumangji. Camping Mom Life. Sup 3. It's hard for me. Sup 3 Rilu to Luigi or something. It's very small writing with those letters. I can't see exactly what it is. Thank you. And where is, I wanted to show you. I don't know. One of our viewers asked about this. Think before you type asked about this. A number of viewers have asked about this. I don't really have information about it. Yeah, I mean, there's a couple stories. I don't really know much about it. You can see Africans say Ukrainian authorities hindered them from fleeing. I don't know really what to make of this. I've seen a couple stories. I watched a TV story about it. I'm not really in a position to intelligently comment on it. So if you want to read about it, that's a New York Times story. You can see that right there. You can read, Africans report racism and hostility when trying to flee Ukraine. I don't know. So what can I say? I don't know enough about it. I will say this. Certainly something that should be looked into if they say that, but also a story that if somebody wanted to spread negative stories about Ukraine, which I've certainly seen. I've certainly seen people out there who are always trying to spread negative stories about Ukraine. So they might put out there. So what I'll say is this. If this is happening, it's not good. At the same time, in no way would this make me change my mind that this war is completely evil, it's morally reprehensible, and it's all Putin's fault. So in no way would that change it. So I'm not going to try to get to the bottom of that here, but there's plenty of articles out there if you'd like to read about it.
Yeah.
Okay. let me show you what I wanted to show you.
You already told me to stop. Okay. So just talk to, is it a woman or a man?
Dmitry Alperovich, he's had some interesting threads. He is a American citizen, was born in Russia, is a cybersecurity expert. He's been posting and giving interviews about the situation. So I want to show you this. He said, now that I just saw the first, I wanted to read this. I haven't even read it all myself yet. Now that the Russians have switched tactics from pursuing a rapid victory on the cheap, failed miserably, and reverted to the mean of leveling Ukrainian cities to the ground like they did with Grozny and Aleppo, the goals of the operation are likely changing as well. If at the start Putin was trying to go for a quick decapitation of Ukrainian leadership and installation of a pro-Russian leader, e.g. Medvedchuk, this seems completely unrealistic now, if it ever were, since he has pretty much turned the entire population against Russia. True. I don't see how he installs a government unless he has a huge police force there to just constantly terrorize the people. But I'd also argue that that was never going to happen anyway. Right. He also doesn't now. Dmitry Alperovich thinks that Putin does not have the time to engage in a brutal occupation, given the internal pressures that are already starting to materialize inside Russia. Look, we've talked about this. The idea that he's going to put hundreds of thousands of Russian security forces in a permanent occupation of Ukraine, and spend all that money and have all those casualties from an ongoing resistance, it just doesn't make any sense. He says a number of Russian oligarchs, actors, TV personalities, etc. are coming out against this war on a scale we really haven't seen since the first Chechen war in the 90s. The unpopularity of this war inside Russia, not to mention the universal international outrage, is going to multiply dramatically with each coming day, along with casualties. I totally agree. Just in the last few days, there's been these horrendous bombings of civilian targets, awful photos coming out. Could you imagine if they ever try starving out Kyiv, what that's going to look like? Yes. The videos and the photos are just going to get worse and worse and worse. Thus, Putin is going to need a resolution to the war in the next few weeks, or it will create serious problems for him domestically. Putin can't pull back now without losing face, though, having talked about Ukraine with its mystical nuclear weapons as an existential threat to Russia. Now that he's already incurred the severe economic sanctions and costs and diplomatic isolation, he has to show something for it. Putin's only hope now is to rapidly unleash utter brutality on the Ukrainian people, which he has already started on by shooting MLRS rockets into Kharkiv and other cities, in order to get major concessions from Zelensky in the negotiations. Putin's minimum bar for a negotiated solution now would be likely to be Ukraine conceding Crimea to Russia, which Russia took from them in 2014, agreement to never join NATO and EU in some form of demilitarization, e.g. no NATO infrastructure in Ukraine. His problem is it's highly unlikely that Zelensky and the rest of the Ukrainian leadership would accept these conditions, so the war and the insurgency that will follow it can drag out for a long time. And the longer it goes on, the more precarious Putin's position will become domestically. A palace coup is going to become increasingly likely over time. Of course, tragically, it will also mean tens of thousands of dead civilians and unimaginable destruction in Ukraine. Yeah, I think, generally speaking, I think that's some solid reasoning there. He's not saying he knows what's going to happen, but I think it's a well-reasoned argument. I think it's a well-reasoned argument. So now I did see this. I saw an interesting response to this. So Alexander Vindman posted a response to this. He had an interesting idea, Alexander Vindman. Look what Alexander Vindman said. He said, good threat, a likely alternative. Putin completely wrecks Ukraine and goes back home, claiming to have demilitarized and denazified Ukraine. He may not keep the territorial gains on the belief that the West rolls back sanctions. Done. The one thing I'll say about that, though, is if Putin does this and then goes home, all the sanctions are still going to stay there. I don't. If he actually, depending on what he does, actually, if he really destroys the country and then goes home, I don't know that. I mean, who knows? You know, it just what is maybe if he destroys the country, but then like completely pulls his troops out, some of the sanctions could be less. But you know, is Putin going to give up territory that his army has somewhat taken over in this conflict? Well, I'm guessing Ukraine and the NATO countries would insist on it. Anyways, these are some interesting thoughts. I mean, but I generally agree with Dmitry Alperovich that the situation is going to become worse and worse at home for Putin.
5 people there died, according to local health ministers. This all really bubbling up at the same time, though, Tucker, as Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is doubling down, asking the West for more defensive weapons in the form of a Javelin anti-tank missile, Stinger missiles, and even anti-aircraft batteries that could be used to repel these sorts of attacks. The last attack, though, came in the southern part.
I'm going to start timing out and then hiding. The new thing people are saying, the new stupid, annoying thing people are saying as a comment. Mods, I have a new restriction. The new stupid, annoying, garbage diarrhea people are putting in the chat is no matter what is talked about, they just say propaganda or propaganda, Steve. It's meaningless because they just say it about anything. It's just a complaint and they don't know what they're saying. That makes no sense that that's propaganda. I just showed you 2 thoughtful people giving their opinions, well-reasoned about what was going to happen, and then some moron says propaganda, Steve. That's just somebody who wants to be disruptive. They have no idea what they're talking about. There's actually no point to what they're saying. They might as well just be saying, I'm writing this to be disruptive. And I keep noticing it. So mods, start timing out people and then hiding them, all right? We can add it to the Nightbot or whatever. It's just no one wants to listen to this annoying garbage. It's just so stupid and annoying. So we'll hide you. If you want to be hidden from the chat, go ahead, write propaganda. We'll start hiding people. But no more. Enough of this nonsense. It's the latest stupid thing people are doing in the chat. So dumb. Propaganda. Person gives a well-reasoned argument of what they think is going to happen. How's that? You know, it doesn't even make sense to say propaganda. But I keep seeing it. I keep seeing it in the chat. So enough already. Enough already. So stupid. Unbelievable. Let me thank our moderators. Thank you to Linda Belk, who's been moderating. Thank you, Linda Belk. Thank you also to Sarah, Danny James, Cynthia Moon, Lamar Watkins. You know, the mods are all volunteers. Give it up for them. Lexa Fulmer. Roxanne Betke, K. Lowry Body. Our viewer Billy Joe Drage, by the way, says Putin is making it worse for himself, hoping he pulls up now. Bud Green is moderating. Thank you, Bud. Also, our Twitch mods. We have a moment of lovely. Bastion Girl, Duxor, Idaho Star, Mark and NC, Papa Bear, Schultheis, all over there on Twitch. Thank you. The State of the Union, which we will cover, is in 44 minutes. I think what's going to happen is... Oh, hold on a second, guys. Hold on. I'm sorry. Just to show you this. Rob Lee says a Russian short-range air defense system was destroyed. See, we heard the Ukrainian official apparently said there was a huge column destroyed by Ukraine today, or recently. I don't know if that's true, but this was the location. It was Bashtanka, I believe. So, well, this is something on fire, this. And then Rob Lee says photos of that destroyed Panzer S system and other destroyed or abandoned vehicles from that column. So these are just, look at this. It's destroyed and abandoned. This is, look at how big that is. Look at how big this is. Wow. I heard these were supply trucks. Anyways. It's a short-range air defense system destroyed. A Russian system destroyed. Rob Lee posted that. Oh, someone said it was abandoned by the Russian army a couple days ago and it was set on fire by Ukrainian civilians. I don't know if that's the case. I have no idea. Possible. I just don't know. I think I thanked all the mods. I think. Oh, the State of the Union. The State of the Union is in 42 minutes. I think what I'm going to do is we're going to play the State of the Union and I'm going to use that time to eat something because I haven't eaten. Yes, Keith, I did mention the Zitomir incident. We talked about that earlier. Thank you, Keith. Thank you, Jean Ann and Gerald DeCampo. And Imperialist. And Ludenshi. And Rita and Think and Anders broke the rules. So that's what I'm going to do is when the State of the Union starts, we will go to that and I'll eat something. Hang on one moment. Excuse me. Somebody just asked me to unblock somebody. If you guys have like stuff about with mod stuff, the chat stuff is the mods. The mods oversee the chats. So if you have a chat related question, that should go to the mods. The mods can post. There's an email or a contact address or link for the different platforms. So whichever platform you're watching on, you can ask the mods and they can tell you the contact information for the mods. But they're the ones who deal with all that stuff. They're the ones who know best about that. I'm trying to check some of your messages too. We're kind of behind on this. Our viewer, I don't know much about this. Our viewer, Spokenitz sent this to me. I don't really know much about it. Moscow threatens to block Russian language Wikipedia over invasion article. Russian authorities have threatened to block Wikipedia's Russian language site over an article that mentions deaths among Ukrainian civilians, as well as Russian forces that have entered Ukraine. Russian Wikipedia said Tuesday. Okay. Russia has still not published any precise casualty figures for its own military, but says its losses have been far lower than those of Ukrainian forces, which I'm guessing, well, Ukrainian forces don't say that, but who knows about what happened. I mean, as a country with a huge history of lying about everything, and a government that lies about everything, I'm more confident in the Ukrainian numbers. While they might be, my thought is while the Ukrainian numbers might not be totally accurate, maybe they're, I don't know, I can't tell. They might. I've seen some estimates that say they're too high, but I'm more confident in those than I am on the Russian numbers. They still haven't announced any numbers. Also, in case you missed it, Russia closed 2 of its last independent media outlets today. In case you missed that. Julia Yaffe, Office of the Russian Prosecutor General, has blocked the sites of TV Rain and Echo of Moscow, 2 of the last independent Russian broadcasters for, quote, false reporting on the war. Then we also have this. We also have this from Paulina Ivanova, who's with Financial Times. She specializes in Russia reporting. Max Seddon says the radio station Echo Moskvy has been turned off the airways already. She says Russia is heading towards a total blackout of all and any independent media outlets. This is beyond anything I could have imagined even days ago. The war censorship crackdown begins, says Max said. Russian prosecutors want to ban independent channel TV Rain and liberal radio station Echo Moskvy, owned by Gazprom, for, quote, calls to extremism and publishing false data about Russian soldiers during the war in Ukraine. They have now shut down the radio station. Echo is still broadcasting on YouTube and going out in classic fashion. Okay. Russia is threatening to ban Wikipedia for an article called Russian Invasion of Ukraine because of illegally disseminated information about Russian military and Ukrainian civilian casualties, as well as bank runs. Okay, and then also there's this as well, in case you missed it. Kevin Rothrock, he says, wow, Russia moves to criminalize unofficial information about the invasion of Ukraine. On March 4th, the State Duma will meet for a special session to discuss legislation that would make it a felony to disseminate disinformation, which I'm guessing is anything the government doesn't like, about Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So there you go. No, it's not just like America. You're being a troll. No, it's not. That's really stupid. That's not true. You know that, but you're a troll bot, so no. Checking some of your messages. Sorry. Oh, I was checking some of your messages. Sorry. Oh, I was checking some of your messages. Yeah, Shape sent me a report that Russian troops refused to take part in the invasion. Again, yeah, Shape I said it before. I don't know if any of these reports are true. They might be false. They might be true. There's no way of knowing right now. I don't know if I can't tell you. I just don't. They might be false. They might be true. There's no way of knowing right now. I don't know if I can't tell you. I just don't. You know, what you need to prove it is like a video. Like if you had a video where like a bunch of Russian soldiers who you could prove were Russian soldiers, like we're on video saying like, hey, we are not taking part in this operation, we've gone to the other side. Like, I guess that would be proof. Like, otherwise, who knows? Hey, we are not taking part in this operation, we've gone to the other side. Like, I guess that would be proof. Like, otherwise, who knows? Hey, we are not taking part in this operation, we've gone to the other side. Like, I guess that would be proof. Otherwise, Jesse says, do you think Putin will attack? Jesse Lloyd says, do you think Putin will attack Kyiv during the State of the Union? The ground troops aren't close enough.
Раз, два, три, четыре, пять, шесть, семь, восемь, девять, десять,
He might launch
11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Есть! Есть, блядь! Два! Есть! Есть, блядь! Два! Били, сука! Есть! Есть, блядь! Били, сука! Есть!
Iowa buckets.
Есть,
Which
блядь!
live stream you want?
Били, сука! Есть!
Iowa bucket. They have 4 shots. One of the shots
Били, сука!
So I've been watching you live stream. They have live 4 shots. One of the shots
Били, сука!
So I've been watching you live stream. They have live 4 shots. One of the shots
Били, сука!
So I've been watching you live stream. They have live 4 shots. One of the shots So I've been watching you live stream. They have live 4 shots. And cancel things. People thinks Putin will use nuclear weapons. I hope not. And cancel things. People thinks Putin will use nuclear weapons. I hope not. Nuclear weapons. I hope not. What is this? I hadn't seen it.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's Alex.
PW360
Volatile arrow.
What is
It
this?
looks like
I
it.
hadn't seen it.
Hey, what's up, everybody?
I lost my mouse.
Too many
PW360
monitors.
arrow.
Hold on.
What is
It
this?
looks like it. Hey, what's up? It
Now,
looks like it's a lot,
Lost my mouse.
a little bit bigger than it was
Russian
yesterday,
missteps
but I'm not
that
sure.
looks like it.
Hey, what's up? It looks like it's a lot,
Lost my mouse.
a little bit bigger than it Who was got real? yesterday, but I'm not sure. Hey, what's up? It looks like Robert Glenn. No one clear. A little bit bigger than it Who was got real? yesterday, but I'm not sure.
No
one click it. Robert Glenn. No one click it. A little bit bigger. Who got real? But I'm not sure. That's right.
They're gonna keep it secret.
Robert Glenn.
Russia?
No one click it. A little bit bigger. I don't know. I don't know if you can remember, James, but that's right. Or Michael. It seems like it got bigger. I don't know. I don't know if you can remember. Before it was like up here, wasn't it? That's right. Or Michael. Seems like they're. Seems like it got bigger. I don't know. Right in this area. Before it was like up here. They've got all the way down in here. Michael. Seems like they're. The helicopters are new. Right in this area. Before it was like up here. They've got all the way down in here. 30 minutes to POTUS. The helicopters are new. Sorry, no links unless approved by Alex, Michael, and myself. 30 minutes to POTUS. The helicopters are new. Sorry, no links unless approved by Alex, Michael, and myself. 30 minutes to POTUS. Thanks, moderators. Thanks. Sorry, no links unless. We have too much going on. Thanks, moderators. Close Steve. Oh yeah, I forgot about Scuba Steve. We have too much going on. Thanks, moderators. Close Steve. Oh yeah, I forgot about Scuba Steve. We have too much going on. Thanks, moderators. Close Steve. Oh yeah. Sorry guys, Scuba Steve. I forgot about him. Too much going on. Nah, I lost my mouse again. Close Steve. Oh yeah. Sorry guys, Scuba Steve. It seems like the red zone's bigger. Nah, I lost my mouse again. Close Steve. That's what it was, glitching me. It seems like the red zone's bigger. There's an echo. Nah, I lost my mouse again. Close Steve. That's what it was, glitching me. It seems like the red zone's bigger. There's an echo. Nah, I lost my mouse again. Close Steve. That's what it was, glitching me. All right, I'm just gonna hop off of here. I'm just gonna get off of here. All right. That's what it was. All right, I'm just gonna hop off of here. I'm just gonna get off of here. All right. That's what it was. All right, I'm just gonna hop off of here. I'm just gonna get off of here. All right. That's what it was. All right, I'm just gonna hop off of here. Scuba Steve from Bobby Bones. All right. That's what it was. Volatile restart, major glitch. Scuba Steve from Bobby Bones. Volatile restart, major glitch. Scuba Steve from Bobby Bones. Volatile restart, major glitch. Scuba Steve. The reason why is because when I opened the map for the Ukraine thing, it reset my Facebook page that I'm watching the live stream on, and it turned the volume back on. You guys hear me? Can you hear me now? All right, we're good now. Thank goodness. Yeah, I pulled up that freaking map and then it reset my volume in my Facebook. Let's see here. That's a square. Alright. I'll make it smaller, I'll move it somewhere else. Hold on. I don't know how recent these were. 5 hours ago. 10 hours ago. 10 hours ago. Someone died there. Oh no, that's yeah. 9 hours ago, that's when they blew up the Kyiv TV station place. Yeah, I'm not seeing like super recent ones. The stuff that we heard earlier, snap, crackles, and pops. Is that the convoy? Yeah, there's a convoy. Supposedly. Filmed by satellite. I imagine you guys already seen all the pictures, right? It's shown that, Eric, it's shown that the convoy's right here. If we mapped it out, we just talking about as the crow flies or actual road distance? Country road. Alright, there's really no information, just shows, this shows a picture. It says jump to map. I don't know. Alright, so I'm just gonna measure it as the crows flies. So we just put a little doohickey. Let's see. Put a little guy right here. I guess let's have some sort of geo. I don't know. Anyhow, I'm just gonna do it this way. It says 42 miles, but I mean they can be a lot closer than that. To be honest with you, like, I mean, they can be all up in here. I don't know what. You don't know what it means a crow flies? Mikey? It means, like, instead of, like, traveling down the road, you know, measuring all that out, you're like, oh, as a crow flies, from point A to B, vertical. Yep, geography lesson for the night. Man, everybody's shutting rush off. But yeah, we'll listen to Scuba Steve because the State of the Union's coming on. And I gotta run real quick, but I'll be back. Yeah, stone's throwaway. Maybe like 300 yards for stones, but yeah. Minnesota. You way up there. Oh, Robert said over 2 yonders. There it is. As a crow flies, straight line. There it is, Nat. Alright, I'm going to shut the map off, and then I got to go run an errand. So, I'll be back on. Of course, I'll be on my phone, chit-chatting with you guys. So, Eric's from Pennsylvania. Okay. I'm from North Carolina. I don't know if you guys can probably hear it in my voice or not, but that's where I'm from. Scuba Steve. The Scuba Steve? Yeah, the one with the flippers. Big Daddy. That's Scuba Steve. Let's see here. Make sure I didn't miss anybody in chat. Joe Biden State of the Union address. Okay, got that one. You can hear the accent. Yep. Manchester here. That's James. Michigan. Manchester. Oh, wait. It's double feed. But yeah, I appreciate you guys being here, hanging out. It's like we got our own, I don't want to call it cliche, like a group. Hey, top left video feed in the horizon. Is that like, that's not sunlight, is it? No, it's only 3:30 over there. If you guys look left camera, very top in the horizon, just has some kind of weird glow to it. I don't know. Alrighty. I'll be back.
Our viewer Rockside messaged me about this supposed giant column Ukraine had destroyed. Again, that the article you sent, it doesn't really.
Okay, as long as it was there last time,
we don't know
James.
if it's true. So I'm waiting to see if there's any evidence. You know, I'm guessing if Ukraine destroyed some huge column, maybe there'll be some kind of.
That's what I like about this group and the moderators. We're like, whoa, let's think about this first before we start screaming breaking news, and then be like, you know, we all just look dumb. So, but yeah, I'll holler at you guys later. But I'll be on my phone, so I'll be in and out.
Let's go back and talk about some other things. We have about 20 minutes until the State of the Union. I'm looking at some of the other things I wanted to talk about. This was interesting, this video. This is another one of these abandoned vehicle videos. Really weird. This is from OSIN Technical. They say Russian truck and howitzer abandoned on the side of the road in Mykolaiv. Truck is probably carrying ammunition as well. You actually see the ammunition, it looks like. Am I right about this? Oh, hold on. It says, or maybe that's a different video. No. Sorry, that's not the one I wanted to show you. But it is weird to see abandoned stuff. Just sitting there. I showed you that. Oh, here's another complaint right here. Look. Coming from Russia. Mark Bennett says this is one of the richest neighborhoods in Russia. Leonid Rogozin. The Kamovniki municipality in central Moscow. Isn't that a different one, or is that the same one? I think this is a different one than the other one today. Yeah, we showed you this. We showed you a little while ago that the Council of Deputies in Gagarinsky Municipal District issued a statement condemning the war in Ukraine and calling for immediate truth withdrawal. So this is a different one. This is the Kamenivki municipality in central Moscow, a wealthy area of central Moscow, condemns Putin's war on Ukraine. We demand hostilities be stopped and Russian troops to return back to Russian territory. This shame cannot be washed away, but it is at least possible to save lives. So there are some people who are willing to put their names to these kind of statements in Russia. That was earlier today. Okay. Somebody said check Marco Rubio. I don't think I've seen what he posted today. I don't know if this is true. He says tonight Putin has launched what appears to be the largest airborne assault of the invasion. It's likely a final push to take the control of southeast approach to Kharkiv, a city he expected to take quickly without resistance and be welcomed by grateful residents as a liberator. I don't know that this is true. It's interesting that he's saying it because he is the vice chair of the Senate Intelligence Committee. I mean, you'd think he'd have some information. I don't think he's just thinking of this himself. It's interesting that he says it. I agree with this. Marco Rubio says we need to start thinking about what we are willing to do if Putin tries to starve 3 million human beings by imposing a medieval siege on Kyiv. And I don't assume or pretend our options are easy, simple, or without risk. It's a fair point. See, I posted about this like 45 minutes ago. They posted it on their Twitter. But remember, I saw it on their Telegram. So I told you about it like 45 minutes ago. It's the same thing. Who knows? I don't know. It could be a landing force of 20 people. I just don't know. This thing at Kharkiv. Don't know much about it. Hey, a quick thank you to Andy Wang. I'm assuming it's Wang, not Wang. Andy Wang, thank you so much, Andy. Very kind of you. I need to thank the people for the Facebook stars. I haven't done that in a little bit. Let me just do that real quick. State of the Union's coming up in 15, 16 minutes. We will be watching the State of the Union. Thank you to Jeff Curry. Oh, Jeff, that's very kind of you. Thank you for the Facebook stars, Jeff Curry. That's very kind of you, Jeff Curry. Thank you. Also, Jeremy Medford. Thanks to all of our Facebook stars givers. Jeremy Medford, Laverne Thompson, Swan Brown, Robin Shaw Rivard, Michael Hellstrom, Karen Head, Alicia Rivera. One moment, please. Sean Keating, Anna Urson, Tanya Duke, Jamie Langerich, Lizzie D'Souza, Sarah Elias Ferry, James Belts, Paul Dorman, Rosa Siboldi, Lean Berzina, Laura Sluice, Tracy, Tom Chandris III, Chelsea Eberhardt, Shannon Leslie, Tiago Ferreira, Jason Beers. Thank you for the Facebook stars. There's an article I wanted to show you, but I'm going to wait till after the State of the Union because I don't want to rush showing you. I don't think this is going to happen. It's an interesting idea. I don't think this is going to happen. I just saw a post by a White House reporter, Mark Noller. He says it would be a tribute to Ukraine resistance if Biden tonight were to repeat the words of those border guards on Snake Island who responded to threat by saying, Russian warship, go blank yourself. I don't think he's going to say that, but it's an interesting idea. Shelby Hammett Ferguson says, have you seen the posts about Ukrainian civilians holding back Russian convoy? I saw it earlier all over Twitter. Once in a while, I see these posts that show a video and it says Russia had a convoy and these citizens went to the street and then the convoy didn't move and they turned back. I just don't know the details. You know, I don't know how, maybe the convoy's big mission wasn't today. You know, there's just no way to tell, like, was it a really important mission that was stopped by these citizens in the street, or was it like the convoy was just like, today we were just going to go down this road for a few seconds? So I just don't know what to make of those reports. You know, did they go through the town tonight? Did they go around the town? You know, I don't really know what to make of them. So they're interesting, but I can't really put them into context without a lot more information. Thank you for watching there on Facebook. Oh, I owe a quick thank you to June Owens. Thanks for the Facebook stars, June Owens, and also Eric Smoke. Thank you. And Chelsea Eberhardt. Thank you so much. And Ashley Victoria Johnson. Very kind of you. The State of the Union is in 12 minutes. I'm going to show that on the air. While that's going on, I'm going to eat something because I haven't eaten lunch.
Invasion.
Что может послужить?
What can be a reason to use the arm?
I had a Cliff Bar. Look at this. More damage. Major damage to at least 2 large apartment buildings in the town of Borodyanka, 35 miles northwest of Kyiv. Videos show that parts of both 5-floor buildings had collapsed, searching for survivors. That's from Malachi Brown. Videos verified by the Times showed devastated apartment buildings in a town just northwest of Kyiv. Look at this. Videos verified by the Times on Tuesday show major damage to at least 2 large apartment buildings.
Remain indifferent.
35 miles.
2 months later, Ukraine elected its next president, pro-European businessman Petro Poroshenko.
We should do everything possible to bring European values to Ukraine.
But the events in Crimea had inspired pro-Russian separatists in 2 other regions, Donetsk and Luhansk, collectively known as the Donbass.
We want to have an independent Republic of Donetsk. We want to be independent from Ukraine.
The political protests took on a military dimension. Russian-backed separatists began an insurgency against the Ukrainian military. There were diplomatic attempts to reach a ceasefire, but those never held. The fighting continued into 2019 when Poroshenko lost re-election to TV star and neophyte politician Volodymyr Zelensky, who'd once played and accidentally elected president of Ukraine. He campaigned on domestic issues, but also wanted to restore peace to the Donbass.
Most likely, if I meet Mr. Vladimir Putin, I will tell him the following. Well, you finally gave us back our territories. How much money are you ready to give as compensation for the fact that you took our territories and that you assisted people who participated in escalation in Crimea, Donbass, and assisted them on the awful, cruel, and disgusting path?
3 years later, Putin is forcing the Ukrainian people further down that cruel path, while Zelensky fights to lead them out. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Ali Rogan.
What a helpful look at the history of that country. And bring Washington, it was just moments ago that House Speaker Nancy Pelosi called the House chamber to order. That's ahead of President Biden's speech at the Capitol tonight. And our Lisa Desjardins is inside the House chambers. Lisa, tell us what you are seeing.
Judy, I'm seeing something we haven't seen for 2 years. For the first time in 2 years, the United States Congress has been able to gather as a body. Members are spread out. There are no guests in this chamber, with the exception of some guests that the White House will bring in the First Lady's box. This is members only. That also is rare. Something else. I see very few masks in this chamber. Today, for the first time in well over a year, the order that masks be worn in this chamber was lifted. That has to do with the kind of decrease in COVID in this country and in this area. Everyone in this chamber had to test negative in order to be here. You hear a hush now. Until now, it has been probably one of the most vibrant chambers I've been in a long time, as members were enjoying being face to face. You can see, and I think you will see in some of the pictures here, a lot of yellow, a lot of blue. That is a show of support for Ukraine, and I think viewers should watch. I have seen Representative Brian Fitzpatrick of Pennsylvania pass out small Ukrainian flags that many members have. I think we will see those waves during the speech.
And as we just saw, Congresswoman Abigail Spanberger wearing blue and yellow. We see blue on House Speaker Pelosi and Congressman Andy Barr. We just spoke with him from Kentucky, wearing the Ukrainian colors in a ribbon on his lapel. Lisa, we should tell our audience the reason we don't see you right now is because we don't have news cameras inside of the House chamber, so we're talking to you by telephone. But we know, Lisa, in past State of the Union addresses, not all members show up for these. What's your sense of what the attendance is going to be like tonight?
This is a large attendance. This chamber looks full to me, however, it is spaced out. Members are sitting every other seat for the most part. And, you know, there were many questions about how many Republicans would be here. I see many Republicans. I believe a majority of the Republican conference is here, though I don't think there's much more than that. So it looks like maybe 100 members. They also have messages they've brought. Representative Lauren Boebert of Colorado, I noticed, has a black scarf that, if you look at it carefully, it says on it, "Drill, baby, drill." So as much as this speech will be about Ukraine, and there is unity in this body in general about Ukraine, there is also, we will hear tonight, and we are seeing signs of the very real and sharp political divide still in this country.
Can't get rid of it anytime soon. Lisa Desjardins, we're going to be coming back to you throughout this evening. Thank you, Lisa. And as we await the president's arrival, we're going to get additional analysis over the next few minutes from Washington Post columnist Jonathan Capehart and Peter Wehner. He is a contributor to The Atlantic and to the New York Times. Hello to both of you as we wait for the president to arrive in the House chamber. Jonathan, to you first, how does the fact that the war is raging in Ukraine halfway around the world, what effect does that have on the president's job tonight?
Well, what we've seen since the Russians invaded Ukraine is an American president who's been leading. And so while the United States is not at war and President Biden is not a wartime president, the fact that the United States has been able to rally NATO, rally the EU, rally the Western Alliance against the Russian aggression against Ukraine, it allows the president to use, not in a pejorative sense, but to use the moment to not just galvanize the world, but to galvanize the United States and talk about this in the larger frame, and that is democracy. Now, what is happening in Ukraine is democracy versus autocracy. And one of the main things that drove President Biden into the campaign, remember, he said, was to fight for the soul of America. And so there are people who are fighting for democracy halfway around the world. And he's going to talk about his leadership there. But then he also has to talk about and use that energy to convince the American people that the job he's doing here at home in terms of the domestic agenda, getting inflation under control, getting rising prices under control, that he is the leader and is doing everything to get those things under control. So he's got the State of the Union address is always a big moment for the president, But this speech for President Biden, his first official State of the Union address, is coming at a very momentous time for the nation and the world.
No question about it. Pete Wehner, how big a test do you see this for the president, given all that is going on and given this moment in American history?
It's a really big test. It'd be a test for any president, because this is the largest land war in Europe since 1945. And State of the Union speeches always matter, but they're usually forgotten. This one may be remembered. If it's remembered, it'll be remembered because of Ukraine. Often speeches make moments, but more often moments make speeches. And this is a big moment for Biden, for the United States, and really for the world. The other thing I'd say, just piggybacking on what Jonathan said, is I would say that the biggest problem that Joe Biden has had over the last year is a sense that he's been overmatched by events. He's 13 points lower in approval rating now than he was a year ago. It's a huge loss. And there are particular issues that are behind that. But I think underneath it all is a sense that he has not been in control of events. And he has shown, I think in a very impressive way, that he is in fact in control of events. Things still have to unfold, and a lot can happen. But the way he has rallied NATO and the EU against this Ukrainian crisis, or the Russian aggression of Ukraine, has really been impressive.
And Jonathan, I know some are saying this could be an opportunity for the president, if you will, to turn the page, but it's a tricky thing to do, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't see how he's going to be able to turn the page when what we're seeing is day 6 of a Russian invasion of a democracy of Ukraine, but at the same time, Americans at home, again, dealing with high prices, high gasoline prices, dealing with supply chain issues, dealing with high inflation. And so what the president needs to do is not turn the page, but to convince the American people that while he's got a lot of good economic data to crow about, that he understands that at the kitchen table level, he knows that there's pain and he's got a plan to ease that pain.
And Pete Wehner, in that vein, can the president, is it possible for a president to say to the American people, I'm going to take a slightly different approach going forward? I mean, how do you do that and still be authentic?
Well, I think you can. I mean, you can give voice to what's going on in the country, and it's very important. I've worked on State of the Union speeches, which are hard, and they're hard because they can be undisciplined, and you can also get too defensive, trying and convince that you've done well. But no, what he can do is he can signal that he knows that things are different, that he hears the American public and lay out agenda. But in the end, it's events that matter. He's just got to be able to say what he's going to do, but then he has to execute on what he wants to do.
Pete Wehner and Jonathan Capehart, and we will be coming back to talk with the two of you after the President's State of the Union. We thank you both. And to all of you who are watching, please stay with us. Our coverage of President Biden's State of the Union continues in just a moment, right here on PBS.
This program was made possible by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
And welcome to our PBS NewsHour special live coverage of President Biden's State of the Union address. Good evening, I'm Judy Woodruff in Washington. The president is going to be arriving at the U.S. Capitol, the House chambers, momentarily. We are going to be turning to our correspondents throughout the night for their reporting on the president's speech. Our Amna Nawaz is on Capitol Hill. She's in the Cannon House office building. Jeff Bennett is at the White House, and our own Lisa Desjardins is inside the House chambers, where she is going to be speaking to us by phone. For additional analysis, we're going to be joined again tonight by Washington Post columnist Jonathan Capehart and by Peter Wehner. He's a contributor to The Atlantic and to The New York Times. And since it is just after 9 o'clock in the east, and I'm looking at my phone to see if my time is right, it is just about the moment when they announce the arrival of President Biden in the House chamber. You see there, these are live pictures coming to us from the Capitol. That's Speaker Nancy Pelosi in Ukrainian blue on the right, and on the left, Vice President Kamala Harris. The traditional positions since early last year when the president gave a joint address to Congress. It wasn't a State of the Union, but it was an address where House and Senate members came together to hear the new president speak. This is the second time we've seen the joint chambers, the two chambers come together in joint session. We're seeing assorted members of Congress, members of the Supreme Court, Brett Kavanaugh, Amy Coney Barrett, the Chief Justice John Roberts. We're seeing a parade of and Justice Stephen Breyer, who is retiring at the end of this term of the Supreme Court. We've been reporting on the nomination of the first black woman, Ketanji Brown Jackson, to take Justice Breyer's place, and those confirmation hearings will be coming up in several weeks. But let's bring in some of our correspondents and analysts. Lisa Desjardins, you are there in the House chamber. You've got a bird's eye view of what's going on. Tell us what you're seeing that we should know about.
Well, it looks like they're running a few minutes behind. That's not a shock. This is the first time many of these members have been able to interact in this form, literally in years. There are few masks in this chamber. That's because the mask requirement was lifted just today because of the situation with COVID here in the District of Columbia, low enough to allow that. Also, every person in this chamber had to test negative in the past day in order to be here. There will be a great show, I think, of support for Ukraine. I see members holding flags. Those were given out by one of the Republican members of Congress. You will see a lot of yellow, a lot of blue. I also have noticed some interesting bipartisan moments. One of the president's chief advisors, Louisa Terrell, hugging the chief of staff for Republican Senator Mitch McConnell. So some of these moments that you see actually matter in terms of relationships at a time like this. A big speech, but I think more than anything, this feels like a sense of normal that many of these members have wanted, to just be able to gather together in this chamber.
So many things coming together at the same time, Lisa, as you say, people wanting so badly to get back to normal, to shake off the restrictions of COVID. But as we've been reporting now for several days, this speech comes in the middle of a crisis around the globe in Ukraine, where the Russians have invaded that sovereign country and are marching on their way to take over, in their attempt to take over cities, and as they've said, their goal is to take over the government. We are still waiting for President Biden. We're keeping an eye out on the House chamber, waiting for President Biden to arrive. Amna Nawaz, as we said, is at the Capitol in the Cannon House office building. And Amna, I think you've been reporting for the last, well, ever since the invasion happened, and trying to get a sense of international reaction to it. This is one of the rare times when news that is not centered right here in the United States is going to be front and center at a State of the Union.
You're absolutely right, Judy. I mean, the confluence of factors that have to be top priorities for the president right now is really unprecedented. I mean, think about it. He's talking during a time of pandemic recovery after a once-in-a-generation, once-in-a-century pandemic.
Going to interrupt you, Amna, just one second.
I'll toss it back to you, Judy.
Come right back to you in a minute. We've just heard the President of the United States announced by General William Walker. He's the House Sergeant at Arms. And here comes President Biden greeting members of Congress, many of whom he knows. He served for more than 3 decades in the Senate. He knows many of these members on both sides of the aisle there. You see him greeting many of them personally. And as Lisa Desjardins pointed out, this is one of the only times we've seen members of Congress, and certainly we've seen the president without a mask in a large setting like this. But Amna, I want to come back to you. I didn't mean to interrupt you making the point that you were about how unusual it is that this terrible conflict in Ukraine is going to be frankly subject number 1 for the State of the Union.
That's absolutely right, Judy. It sets up a real challenge for the president, right? Because this is chiefly meant to be an address to the American people, sort of a victory lap after his first year. And so many of the same challenges the president came into office and inherited and stepped into remain with him today. And now on top of that, you have this world-altering event with the Russian invasion into Ukraine. What strikes me as I'm watching this feed, though, is the number of Ukrainian flags you see lawmakers holding, the number of lawmakers who are wearing blue and yellow in solidarity with Ukraine. And I should also say I've been getting messages from some of my contacts on the ground in Ukraine who are watching this tonight, are watching our live stream and staying up late. It's 4 in the morning in Kyiv right now, and they wanted to be able to see what President Biden has to say live. So the challenge for him is enormous. He has to both message to an American public who are pandemic weary, who are dealing with record inflation, and also speak to the rest of the world about how the U.S. is going to continue to lead, continue to rally those NATO and Western allies, and deter Russia in the midst of this ongoing invasion in Ukraine. And we should mention, too, foreign policy is something that's not typically high on Americans' list as a recommended and a wanted priority for the president, but lately it does rank up there. Obviously, the economy and inflation are the top concern for Americans, but in the sort of quartet of issues that follow, Americans still say foreign policy is something that they want the president to pay attention to and should be a priority.
I'm Navaz watching it all from the Cannon House Office building. You see the president receiving a warm greeting there in the House chamber. Both Democrats and Republicans, all of them seem to be standing and applauding as they wait for the president to speak.
Thank you all very much. Thank you, General. Thank you. Thank you all very, very much. Thank you. Please. Thank you so much. Madam Speaker, Madam Vice President, our First Lady and Second Gentleman, members of Congress and the Cabinet, Justices of the Supreme Court, my fellow Americans. Last year, COVID-19 kept us apart. This year, we're finally together again. Tonight, we meet as Democrats, Republicans, and Independents, but most importantly, as Americans, with the duty to one another, to America, to the American people, to the Constitution, and an unwavering resolve that freedom will always triumph over tyranny. Thank you. 6 days ago, Russia's Vladimir Putin sought to shake the very foundations of the free world, thinking he could make it bend to his menacing ways. But he badly miscalculated. He thought he could roll into Ukraine and the world would roll over. Instead, he met with a wall of strength he never anticipated or imagined. He met the Ukrainian people. President Zelensky, to every Ukrainian, their fearlessness, their courage, their determination literally inspires the world. Groups of citizens blocking tanks with their bodies, everyone from students to retirees to teachers, turned soldiers defending their homeland. And in this struggle, President Zelensky said in his speech to the European Parliament, "Light will win over darkness." The Ukrainian ambassador to the United States is here tonight, sitting with the First Lady. Let each of us, if you're able to stand and send an unmistakable signal to the world of Ukraine. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. She's strong and she's resolved. Yes, we, the United States of America, stand with the Ukrainian people. Throughout our history, we've learned this lesson. When dictators do not pay a price for their aggression, they cause more chaos. They keep moving, and the cost, the threats to America and America to the world keeps rising. That's why the NATO alliance was created, to secure peace and stability in Europe after World War II. The United States is a member, along with 29 other nations. It matters. American diplomacy matters. American resolve matters. Putin's latest attack on Ukraine was premeditated and totally unprovoked. He rejected repeated efforts at diplomacy. He thought the West and NATO wouldn't respond. He thought he could divide us at home, in this chamber, in this nation. He thought he could divide us in Europe as well. But Putin was wrong. We are ready. We are united, and that's what we did. We stayed united. We prepared extensively and carefully. We spent months building coalitions of other freedom-loving nations in Europe and the Americas, from America to the Asian and African continents, to confront Putin. Like many of you, I spent countless hours unifying your European allies. We shared with the world in advance what we knew Putin was planning, and precisely how we would try to falsify and justify his aggression. We countered Russia's lies with the truth. And now that he's acted, the free world is holding him accountable, along with 27 members of the European Union, including France, Germany, Italy, as well as countries like the United Kingdom, Canada, Japan, Korea, Australia, New Zealand, and many others. Even Switzerland are inflicting pain on Russia and supporting the people of Ukraine. Putin is now isolated from the world more than he has ever been. Together, along with our allies, we are right now enforcing powerful economic sanctions. We're cutting off Russia's largest banks in the international financial system, preventing Russia's central bank from defending the Russian ruble, making Putin's $630 billion war fund worthless. We're choking Russia's access. To technology that will sap its economic strength and weaken its military for years to come. Tonight, I say to the Russian oligarchs and the corrupt leaders who built billions of dollars off this violent regime, no more. The United States, I mean it. The United States Department of Justice is assembling a dedicated task force to go after the crimes of the Russian oligarchs. We're joining with European allies to find and seize their yachts, their luxury apartments, their private jets. We're coming for your ill-begotten gains. And tonight, I'm announcing that we will join our allies in closing off American airspace to all Russian flights, further isolating Russia and adding additional squeeze on their economy. He has no idea what's coming. The ruble has already lost 30% of its value. The Russian stock market has lost 40% of its value, and trading remains suspended. The Russian economy is reeling, and Putin alone is the one to blame. Together with our allies, we're providing support to the Ukrainians in their fight for freedom. Military assistance, economic assistance, humanitarian assistance. We're giving more than $1 billion of direct assistance to Ukraine, and will continue to aid the Ukrainian people as they defend their country and help ease their suffering. Let me be clear. Our forces are not engaged and will not engage in the conflict with Russian forces in Ukraine. Our forces are not going to Europe to fight Ukraine, but to defend our NATO allies in the event that Putin decides to keep moving west. For that purpose, we have mobilized American ground forces, air squadrons, ship deployments to protect NATO countries including Poland, Romania, Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia. And as I've made crystal clear, the United States and our allies will defend every inch of territory that is NATO territory with the full force of our collective power. Every single inch. And we're clear-eyed. Ukrainians are fighting back with pure courage. But the next few days, weeks, and months will be hard on them. Putin has unleashed violence and chaos. But while he may make gains on the battlefield, he'll pay a continuing high price over the long run. And a pound of Ukrainian people, proud people, pound for pound, ready to fight with every inch of energy they have. They've known 30 years of independence, have repeatedly shown that they will not tolerate anyone who tries to take their country backwards. To all Americans, I'll be honest with you, as I always promised I would be. A Russian dictator invading a foreign country has cost around the world. And I'm taking robust action to make sure the pain of our sanctions is targeted at the Russian economy, and that we use every tool at our disposal to protect American businesses and consumers. Tonight, I can announce the United States has worked with 30 other countries to release 60 million barrels of oil from reserves around the world. America will lead that effort, releasing 30 million barrels of our own strategic petroleum reserve. And we stand ready to do more if necessary, united with our allies. These steps will help blunt gas prices here at home, but I know news about what's happening can seem alarming to all Americans. But I want you to know, we're going to be okay. We're going to be okay. When the history of this era is written, Putin's war in Ukraine will have left Russia weaker and the rest of the world stronger. While it shouldn't have taken something so terrible for people around the world to see what's at stake, now everyone sees it clearly. We see the unity among leaders of nations, a more unified Europe, a more unified West. We see unity among the people who are gathering in cities and large crowds around the world, even in Russia, to demonstrate their support for the people of Ukraine. In the battle between democracy and autocracies, democracies are rising to the moment, and the world is clearly choosing the side of peace and security. This is the real test. It's going to take time. So let us continue to draw inspiration from the iron will of the Ukrainian people. To our fellow Ukrainian Americans who forged the deep bond that connects our two nations, we stand with you. We stand with you. Putin may circle Kyiv with tanks, but he'll never gain the hearts and souls of the Iranian people. He'll never extinguish their love of freedom, and he will never weaken the resolve of the free world. Tonight, in an America that has lived through two of the hardest years this nation has ever faced. The pandemic has been punishing, and so many families are living paycheck to paycheck, struggling to keep up with the rising cost of food, gas, housing, and so much more. I understand, like many of you did. My dad had to leave his home in Scranton, Pennsylvania to find work. So like many of you, I grew up in a family when the price of food went up. Was felt throughout the family. It had an impact. That's one of the first things I did as president, was fight to pass the American Rescue Plan. Because people were hurting. We needed to act, and we did. Few pieces of legislation have done more at a critical moment in our history to lift us out of a crisis. It fueled our efforts to vaccinate the nation and combat COVID-19, delivered immediate economic relief to tens of millions of Americans. It helped put food on the table. Remember those long lines of cars waiting for hours just to get a box of food put in their trunk. It cut the cost of healthcare insurance. And as my dad used to say, it gave the people just a little bit of breathing room. Unlike the $2 trillion tax cut passed in the previous administration that benefited the top 1% of Americans, the American Rescue Plan helped working people and left no one behind. Folks, and it worked. It worked. It worked. We created jobs, lots of jobs. In fact, our economy created over 6.5 million new jobs just last year. More jobs in 1 year than ever before in the history of the United States of America. The economy grew at a rate of 5.7 last year, the strongest growth rate in 40 years. And the first step in bringing fundamental change to our economy that hasn't worked for working people in this nation for too long. For the past 40 years, we were told that tax break for those at the top and benefits would trickle down and everyone would benefit. But that trickle-down theory led to a weaker economic growth, lower wages, bigger deficits, and a widening gap between the top and everyone else in nearly a century. Look, Vice President Harris and I ran for office, and I realize we have fundamental disagreements on this, but ran for office with a new economic vision for America. Invest in America, educate Americans, grow the workforce, build the economy from the bottom up and the middle out, not from the top down, because we know, because we know when the middle class grows, the poor will way up and the wealthy do very well. America used to have the best roads, bridges, and airports on earth. And now, our infrastructure is ranked 13th in the world. We won't be able to compete for the jobs of the 21st century if we don't fix it. That's why it was so important to pass the bipartisan infrastructure law. And I thank my Republican friends who joined to invest and rebuild America. The single biggest investment in history. It was a bipartisan effort, and I want to thank the members of both parties who worked to make it happen. We're done talking about infrastructure weeks. We're now talking about an infrastructure decade. And look, it's going to transform America, to put us on a path to win the economic competition of the 21st century that we face with the rest of the world, particularly China. I've told Xi Jinping it's never been a good bet to bet against the American people. We'll create good jobs for millions of Americans, modernizing roads, airports, ports, waterways, all across America. And we'll do it to withstand the devastating effects of climate change and promote environmental justice. We'll build a national network of 500,000 electric vehicle charging stations. Begin to replace the poisonous lead pipes so every child, every American has clean water to drink at home and at school. We're going to provide affordable, high-speed internet for every American, rural, suburban, urban, and tribal communities. 4,000 projects have already been announced. Many of you have announced them in your districts. And tonight, I'm announcing that this year, we will start fixing over 65,000 miles of highway and 1,500 bridges in disrepair. Folks, when we use taxpayers' dollars to rebuild America, we're going to do it by buying America. Buy American products. Support American jobs. The federal government spends about $600 billion a year to keep this country safe and secure. There's been a law on the books for almost a century to make sure taxpayers' dollars support American jobs and businesses. Every administration, Democrat or Republican, says they'll do it, but we're actually doing it. We'll buy America to make sure everything from the deck of an aircraft carrier to the steel on highway guardrails is made in America from beginning to end. All of it. All of it. But folks, to compete for the jobs of the future, we also need a level playing field with China and other competitors. That's why it's so important to pass the Bipartisan Innovation Act sitting in Congress that will make record investments in emerging technologies and American manufacturing. We used to invest almost 2% of our GDP in research and development. We don't now. Can't. China is. Let me give you one example why it's so important to pass. If you travel 20 miles east of Columbus, Ohio, you'll find 1,000 empty acres of land. It won't look like much, but if you stop and look closely, you'll see a field of dreams, the ground on which America's future will be built. That's where Intel, the American company that helped build Silicon Valley, is going to build a $20 billion semiconductor megasite, up to 8 state-of-the-art factories in one place, 10,000 new jobs. And in those factories, the average job about $135,000 a year. Some of the most sophisticated manufacturing in the world to make computer chips the size of a fingertip that power the world in everyday lives. From smartphones, technology, the internet, technology that's yet to be invented. But that's just the beginning. Intel CEO Pat Gelsinger, who was here tonight, I don't know where Pat is. Pat, there you go, Pat, stand up. Pat. Pat came to see me and he told me they're ready to increase their investment from $20 billion to $100 billion. That would be the biggest investment in manufacturing in American history. And all they're waiting for is for you to pass this bill. So let's not wait any longer. Send it to my desk, I'll sign it, and we'll really take off in a big way. And folks, Intel is not alone. There's something happening in America. Just look around and you'll see an amazing story. The rebirth of pride that comes from stamping products made in America. The revitalization of American manufacturing. Companies are choosing to build new factories here, when just a few years ago they would have gone overseas. That's what's happening. Ford is investing $11 billion in electric vehicles, creating 11,000 jobs across the country. GM is making the largest investment in its history, $7 billion to build electric vehicles, creating 4,000 jobs in Michigan. All told, 369,000 new manufacturing jobs were created in America last year alone. Folks, powered by people I've met like JoJo Burgess from generations of union steelworkers in Pittsburgh, who's here tonight. Where are you, JoJo? There you go. Thanks, buddy. As Ohio Senator Sherrod Brown says, Sherrod Brown says it's time to bury the label Rust Belt. It's time to see the what used to be called the Rust Belt become the home of a significant resurgence of manufacturing. And with all the bright spots in our economy, Record job growth, higher wages. Too many families are struggling to keep up with their bills. Inflation is robbing them of gains they thought otherwise they would be able to feel. I get it. That's why my top priority is getting prices under control. Look, our economy roared back faster than almost anyone predicted. But the pandemic meant that businesses had a hard time hiring enough people because of the pandemic to keep up production in their factories. So you didn't have people making those beams that went into buildings because they were out. The factory was closed. The panic also disrupted the global supply chain. Factories close. When that happens, it takes longer to make goods and get them to the warehouses, to the stores, and prices go up. Look at cars last year. 1/3 of all the inflation was because of automobile sales. There weren't enough semiconductors to make all the cars that people wanted to buy. And guess what? Prices of automobiles went way up, especially used vehicles as well. And so we have a choice. One way to fight inflation is to drive down wages and make Americans poor. I think I have a better idea to fight inflation. Lower your costs, not your wages. Folks, that means make more cars and semiconductors in America, more infrastructure and innovation in America, more goods moving faster and cheaper in America, more jobs where you can earn a good living in America. Instead of relying on foreign supply chains, let's make it in America. Look, economists call this increasing the productive capacity of our economy. I call it building a better America. My plan to fight inflation will lower your costs and lower the deficit. 17 Nobel laureates in economics said my plan will ease long-term inflationary pressures. Top business leaders, and I believe most Americans support the plan. And here's the plan. First, cut the cost of prescription drugs. We pay more for the same drug produced by the same company in America than any other country in the world. Just look at insulin. 1 in 10 Americans has diabetes. In Virginia, I met a 13-year-old boy, the handsome young man standing up there, Joshua Davis.
just sick, Michael. You're sick. Hold on, guys. It said it said to restore pages, and it didn't restore any of my pages. Why would it? It'd be too easy.
which plays a critical role in fighting inflation.
It's all about the room, I'm telling you. It was me. It was Alex telling Michael he's sick. Just sick. Alright, I gotta track down the feeds again. Find all the ones that James sent me. Where'd everybody go? I started talking, they all left. Like, oh shit, this guy. Profusely, like, throwing up everywhere. Ugh. You know what I mean? Alright, I'm bringing up, the links here. Open a new tab. Open a new tab. Open a new tab. These are all from James. Let's see, this one's not live anymore. Oh, this one. Everybody's got the same feet.
Why doesn't every home in the...
Everybody's got the same feet. James, time to clear. We already have that feed. Where's the one that James sent me with volume? Can you guys hear any volume? James sent me one earlier with volume. I can't find it. Okay. Does the volume sound like an old creepy man gently breathing in your ear? Because if that's what it sounds like, then we're picking up the cameras. Just check out some more feeds. They're all the same generics. I need to pull up a map. I need to pull up a map to see. I don't know if it'll work this time. Oh, it did work. So, convoy is still in the same spot. Tell you what, it seems like a lot of this red has grown. It's grown a lot. What's that? Russian military. Air defense systems. But we're more interested in Kyiv. What's this one? March 1st, 2022. What is that? Today the 1st? Oh, today is the 1st. I'm retarded. Alright, so what's that called? What's the name of this? Gorodyanka. Is that right? Yeah, it seems right, huh? Anybody know? Let's see, Michael found the link. I can't copy it. Hold on. Let's open that link. Appreciate the link. It's opened. Sound's on, so. It was one of these, I just can't remember which one it was. So, Gorodyanka. Let's see what else we got here. Yeah, so you got any of you guys can use these websites. It's no secret, you know what I mean? As long as no other streamers on here. But this one's called Webcam Taxi. A lot of these feeds are down. You know what I mean? Belarus. There ain't nothing. I'm just curious. I'm gonna click on Belarus. See if it pulls it up. Oh, look. Live video cam of Belarus. Yeah, webcam taxi is pretty cool. So this is where everything's happening, right? Quit getting smaller, damn. Ivanka? Kyiv? Yeah, like this one. We all know this one's out. Square. I think there was one that was still going down here. I think maybe that one. Nope, that one's gone. Seems like a lot of these webcam taxi ones were gone. Quite a few here. I think a lot of these work. Maybe. Nope. Just check on some stuff. Everybody just relax. Nope. It's like, seems like it's all the Ukraine cameras that are out. Private. Huh. Let's see. That one doesn't work. Did this one work? think this one worked at some point. 7 live cameras, it says. It's live. So, we got Lviv, Kerch, Brody. That one has audio, Cam 4, The Circle, and Nova, whatever. What is this one? Oh, Lviv. It doesn't feel like it's live. I've seen some, yeah, something. That one's refreshing. I'm kicked back now. The bus is moving there. Kerch. I'm gonna paste this link into the chat, and I'll have the moderators maybe check the location of these. I mean, it's nothing crucial, like moderators get it done right now. You know what I mean? Whoa, hold on. What's that? Huh. I didn't know that. Some governments in the region, such as those Venezuela, Cuba, Nicaragua, support Russian President Putin despite the invasion and crisis in Ukraine. Others, while condemning the aggression, stand by when the world puts pressure on Russia. Learned something new today. Interesting. Interesting. Look at that, Belarus got Ukrainian military intelligence warns about possible provocation by Russian special services. Formal involvement of Belarusian troops in the Russian war against Ukraine. Nothing. Who said it? Was it James or Michael? Talked about, what does that say, Marinette? On it, sir. Oh, it don't matter, you know. I mean, anybody in chat, honestly. If anybody in chat just wants to check it out. Because there's a lot of feeds. I'll show you another feed that I use. This one here is pretty good. I think it's like a local Ukrainian cable, whatever. But like some of these are just not, I don't know how to say it. I mean, they're just not in the areas where stuff's going on. I need to close out some of these windows. Yep. Keep that one. Let's see. This one live? That one's live. That one's different than what I have. You guys want this live one right here? Or is that it? It says 1080p feed. You're feeding at 1080, but it ain't coming out 1080, brother. Sorry. But I mean, it might be the darkness too. Where can I put that feed at? You guys want it? Kimberly says she wants me to sing. I can't sing. Kakhovka. Yeah, I mean, a lot of, like, the only ones I'm really interested in are... Oh, come on. Kyiv. What? Alright. I think we're all interested in the same stuff. You know what I mean? Skyline pictures or live streams of Kyiv. And that's what I'm interested in. That and sound. There's some soccer playing at the bottom screen if you guys are interested. Kyiv. You know, I can say it right like once, but then after that it's just a downhill battle. Some normal ones here. Let's see. I'll look up one of these. So that's a good one. But the question is, wait, 9 watching. How's that? This stream's been running since June of 2021. Kyiv? Did I say Kyiv? Yeah, I know what you're saying, Michael. I'm just curious what these are. So, webcam taxis clearly not working. Large Olin syndrome. That's what it says. Let's bing it. We'll drop a pin on it. Damn. Pick a spot. I don't know. They all look like the same name. I don't know what you want me to do. Kherson, Ukraine. But where's the pin? I'm assuming it's over here. Drop the pin on. This is where it had me. So that's like in the southern region, somewhere down here. So the Black Sea, Ripa or whatever. So I think that is a hot spot. Not a hot spot. No, I mean it's up here. All right, yeah, it's up in here somewhere. Like one of those web cameras I'm not interested in. Kind of like what Michael said. I'm not saying that the other towns or cities are important, but this one's pretty important. That is what I said that. I won't get in your guys' argument. Let's see. There's a Crossroads one. I'm gonna see most people watching. 86 people are watching the top ones. So let's even see where this is at. This is the most viewed one. French in the factory. Let's go to maps. I mean, same thing. Same thing. That camera is, well, stand corrected. Stand corrected. So, right there at the bridge. First not gonna load. It's outside of it. Right here. Come on. No, it's in it. It's about right here. Kherson. That's where Kherson. That's probably a good one to watch then. I mean, good to watch one feed of it, but I mean not take down all the feeds of the capital. So Kherson. Xepchoch. Somebody had it. You know what's crazy is like a lot of these videos are misspelled. Well, I wouldn't say misspelled, but you know, it's not the right camera for the right place, and I'm guilty of it. It's this one. Huh. Yeah, right there. That video feed must be the yacht club. This one right here is in the I guess you'd consider the hot zone. Someone would call it a hot zone.
Hey, want to get more customers? Simply start. Create your professional business website or
This one right here is Kherson, and that one's in a hot zone. I'm gonna put it at the bottom because I really care about the Verizon. So this top right one always has double feeds of shit. Let's make you go bye-bye. That one right there is part of the skyline. Let me set it back a couple layers so it blends in. Alright, we're good. So that's a good one. Alright, let me get cop check. Just arguing with her. That's for sure. And that is a really good fact finding. I'm eating woven wheat baked crackers. Healthy, nasty. Never again. Not what I thought. You know, I'll tell you guys a secret. What tastes really good? It's those honey buns at the gas station. You put them in the microwave for like 5 seconds, and then you spray some of that. I can't believe it's not butter spray on it. Oh my god! You talk about, that's good. Like, I would like kick a small child for something like that. So that's Crossroads. So this bottom left feed, little tiny one, left hand corner, that is that's part of, that's the one in the hot zone. Looks like this one's different. Same one? Is this one in Dunripo? Oh, I think I might find another one. Oh, that's another cam of the river. Interesting. And it's in the hot zone. It's right here. It's in the red. But I mean, you're not going to see Russian ships go cruising down the waterway because I think they got a blockade somewhere here. They got a blockade. Yep. They arrested somebody there. Everything's still the same. Michael said, ew. Oh, shit. James probably asleep, too. Talking smack. That's something Britt would eat. Alright, well. Try and do some fact finding. I think we got some good ones. We got some good ones here. Well, what's probably nice about the bottom little tiny left one, I think it's been live, like I said, since like June 2021. Like, that camera does not shut off. Alright, we're at 5 hours. What time is it? 10. What I'm going to do, if everybody can hear me. I'm still awake, brother, for now. Did you hear what Michael said about you? I said something about a delicious snack, and he's like, oh, that's probably what a Brit would eat. You believe that? He's sick. Michael's absolutely sick. What's that sound? What sound? I don't have headphones in. I gotta use my phone. Hey, James. Was it this sound? Yeah, I put it on mute. I was looking for that sound. Oh, you guys can hear me. Who's this? Have I ever seen? No more warships will be coming through the strait because Turkey has it blocked. James heard it. Oh shoot. So because Facebook will shut down, and I know that's everybody's fave. No, it's true. Oh no, I believe. I believe. I read it. Turkey's got it blocked. YouTube. I just want to check mine. So, I do have a YouTube, everyone. Because Facebook's going to shut down at like 2 o'clock. And that's when everything starts to heat up. It's like 1, 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, Eastern time. So I'm just checking my YouTube. Let's see your channel. Do you guys want my YouTube link? Yeah, I will. I got one person watching the YouTube one. It's probably James. Checking my YouTube. You guys want my YouTube link? Man, I missed Sky Top. Yeah. I got one person watching the YouTube one. It's probably James. I like that one cam that. You guys want my YouTube freaking James thing? I missed a huge wide panoramic view. I got one person watching the cat YouTube. It's probably James. I like that one cam that. Oh, no worries, Kimberly. I just figured if I restart the Facebook stream now, James thing, then huge wide panoramic view. If I restart the Facebook stream now, it will run for another 8 hours. So like 6 in the morning. Gives me time to get to work and then to restart the Facebook stream again. It's almost like 24/7. I mean, it's 24/7 on YouTube. Then view. If I restart the Facebook stream now, it will run. If you guys haven't already, I mean, it's up to you. Gives me. I mean, I know a lot of you guys go to bed and stuff. Time to get to work and then to restart. If there's any of you guys going to stay up late, it's almost like 24/7. YouTube 24/7 run all night and into tomorrow. So, but yeah, there's a link. Just hit the subscribe button. If you guys haven't already, probably what I'm going to do here. It's up to you. Gives me. I know a lot of you guys go to bed. I'm going to. If there's any of you guys going to stay up late, I'm going to restart the Facebook stream, so it'll come back up into tomorrow. So that way it can run. But yeah, there's a link. Get some sleep. Subscribe button. Right now we're about 5 hours. Probably what I'm going to do here. It's up to you. I know a lot of you guys go to bed. I'm going to. If there's any of you guys going to stay up late, I'm going to restart the Facebook stream. Matt, so it'll come. Are you a teacher or something? Or a professor? I switched your mind that way. She's a professor. You can run. But yeah, there's a link. Get some sleep. Subscribe button. Right now we're about 5 hours. Probably what I'm going to do here. I'm going to. If there's any of you guys want to stay up late, restart the Facebook. I'll put this one down here at the bottom. Are you a teacher or something? I mean, you're still able to see it. That's what your mind that way. Right now we're about probably what I'm going to do here is I'm going to restart Facebook. I'll put this one down here at the bottom. Are you a teacher or something? I mean, you're still able to see it. That's what your mind that way. There. That looks nice. I'll probably be hitting the hay around 30-40 minutes. Okay. If she gets the data and I get deeper into it. Alright, no worries, James. Yeah, what I'm going to do is just restart the Facebook stream. And then I'll probably be hitting grab me an L snack 30-40 minutes. Okay. That way the stream will run roughly until 6 in the morning tomorrow. I get deeper into it. And all you losers in here can alright, no worries, James. Talk shit about me when I'm gone. Restart the Facebook stream. And then, no worries, Mike. I'll probably be hitting grab me an L snack 30-40 minutes. Okay. I know some of you are just waiting. That way, waiting for me to get off. Roughly. All right, we all know he's dead. And all you losers in here can. All right, no worries, James. Talk shit about me. Just restart the Facebook stream. No worries, Mike. I'll probably be hitting grab me an L snack. Hey, Richard. Chihuahua. I know some of you are just appreciate that. Waiting for me to get off. All right, we all know he's dead. F that guy. Alright, no worries, live feed. Shit about me as well. This guy has like 600 live feeds. No worries, Mike. But what's shitty is, you know, appreciate that live feed. Alright, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. F that guy. Alright, no worries, live feed. Shit about me as well. This guy has like 600 live feeds. But what's shitty is, sorry, I just found something, guys. You know, appreciate that live feed. Yeah, it doesn't work. 1, 2, 3. This guy has like 600 live feeds. A lot of these are probably just freaking reruns too. Sorry, I just found something, guys. My cameras are better.
The sales process can be a long and...
We do that when you're here. That's true. This guy is true. A lot of these are probably just Kharkiv, Poland. You guys don't watch Poland.
The sales process can be a
long. It's a really nice shot, though. Like, I'm impressed. Sure. We do that when you're here. That's true. This guy is true to that. A lot of these are probably. No, that's a nice camera. Kharkiv, Poland. You guys don't watch Poland.
The sales process can be a
long.
It's a really
nice shot. It's a really nice camera. Why can't ones in Ukraine be like that? Do that when you're here. All right. That's true. I'm just checking some last minute stuff. No, that's a nice camera. But yeah, I'm gonna. It is nice. That's Poland. You guys don't watch Poland. Everybody else's streams are about the same. It's a really nice camera. Can't ones in Ukraine be like that? It almost just feels like more and more every day. I'm just checking some last minute stuff. Oh, this one's cool. I'll show you guys. But yeah, I'm gonna. Maybe we'll make a day of like. Let's search the world for cameras and see what's cool. Everybody else's streams are about the same. It's a really nice camera. Can't ones in Ukraine be like that? It almost just feels like more and more every day. I'm just checking some last minute stuff. Oh, this one's cool. Yeah, that's pretty good. But yeah, quality's kind of. We'll make a day. It's nice. Let's search the world for cameras and see what's cool. That's everybody else's streams are about the same. It's a really nice Poland. It feels like more and more every day. We did have that feed. I don't know where it went. Oh, this one's yeah, that's pretty good. I guess I'll just grab that. I'll grab it. It's nice. It's I think that's prompt. 2-3. That's old. Right. Phase 3-1.
We did have that feed.
Oh, this one's yeah, that's pretty good. I guess I'll just grab that. I'll grab it. It's nice. I think that's prompt. 2-3. That's old. I think that's all we have for videos. Live cameras. 1020 east. Past my bedtime. I guess I'll shoot that. Yeah, same here. Yep, it's same time here. Yep, 1020. But yeah, you said you were going to restart the Facebook feed. Yeah, I'm just gonna. So what I'm gonna do is end the stream and then live cameras automatically turn around and restart it. So this stream will end, and then just refresh your Facebook or the Facebook page, and then you'll see the new live one come up. But yeah, blink of an eye. You said you were going to restart. That way the stream will run through the night. Yeah, I'm just gonna. People in here that want to end the stream, and then well, I'd leave it on anyway. Automatically turn around and restart it. So, because typically all the good stuff happens later, and I'm pretty sure we all work for a living. The Facebook page at work, and then you'll see the new live one. Unless the lucky people in different time zones can sit back on the couch, eat a piece of pizza, and enjoy the stream and automatically turn around and restart it. So, kids typically this stream. Oh yeah, absolutely. And pretty sure we all work for a living. Facebook page at work, and then you'll see the new live. But yeah, it would just be a quick restart, and then I'm gonna go to bed after the couch. Like always, I do appreciate you guys always being here, hanging out, streaming, making fun of me, and you guys making fun of each other. Oh yeah, absolutely. So, but yeah, I'm gonna let it run. Of course, YouTube will run too, and then 6 in the morning it'll probably shut off. Always being here, hanging YouTube or Facebook, making fun of me. But then by that time I'll be at work. You guys making fun just restarted on the laptop. I got the same setup, layout and everything at work. Yeah, I might rearrange some things. Might go find some new videos. I know James and Michael will probably find me some stuff too. So I kind of update the videos throughout the day, and then by that time I'll be at work. This is kind of just restarted on the laptop. Ending layout setup. At night it's always like the work. But you might rearrange some even during the day. It's about horizon shots. I know James and smoke, stuff flying through the air. So I kind of update the videos throughout the day. All right, well, you guys all have a good night. Thanks for everything. And ending layout setup. I'll see you guys tomorrow. At night it's always like the work. But you might rearrange even during the day. It's about horizon shots. I know James. Good night, Kimberly. Good night, everyone. Stuff flying through the air.